All right. Let's see. There we go. You just never know. You never know when stuff like this breaks. But looks like it's good to go. We're gonna get kind of a mixed bag stream today. At least I'm anticipating. Unless some chat or something sends us off on a tangent, which is entirely possible. Um, so yeah, a lot of little bugs here and there to fix. And I would like to at least get these get this stuff resolved. And maybe do some tests. Obviously, somebody has been working with the electric system, and something is not quite right with power balancing on storage only networks, and so that I'm going to need to figure out a test case for. Very small, very controlled, like minimal test case. Is the best way to do that. Now, I really wish, what I really wish was I actually had done the work to make myself like infinite power producers, infinite power consumers, like just debug things that you can hook up and use and just to test stuff. Because the power generation side is not what I'm testing. The power consumption side is not what I'm testing. I'm testing explicitly the storage balancers. And so having something that's just infinite power would be so very nice. It would be so very nice. Because I can make it look like the battery, right? So you have an MV battery and an LV battery. You just make it look like the battery, and it's just infinite power. It's a pretty easy thing to code. I could probably dabble into that just to see if I can get it to work. But similarly, with the consumption, you can do the same thing with the consumption. You just have a little bit of code in there that just consumes power, like infinite power. Anyway, so first bug, and I checked the GitHub, and people are not posting issues in the issues tab. I've said 1,000 times, and every mod author who has GitHub, when you have an issue, post it on GitHub, because it's way easier to track and to work, and to then when it's fixed, you can actually mark it as fixed on GitHub, and it's very satisfying. It's one of those really nice things when you can just fix a bug. And I have the hiccups, and I really hate it. So yeah, these are bugs that were just randomly mentioned to me, either on the ModDB. Oh my god, it logged me out again. God damn. I swear to God, the Vintage Story ModDB is more secure than my goddamn bank. Like, they log you out so often. It's like, oh, you're just gonna be logged out. Looks like somebody's doing a Britannia mod. Dear Lord. Probably better at doing particles and stuff than I am. Okay, so let's see what other shenan. Oh, here we go. What is he talking about? Block tip contains hard-coded English strings. What is he talking about? cat. Seriously? Right now? You're gonna meow at me? When smelting, do an iron. The block tip displays blah 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 blah. Left doesn't always work. Yeah, these are like base game bugs. I'll look at the first one in a second. Where was I at? Yeah. So we have a few bugs. People have got to stop posting bugs in the comments section. That's just not where bugs go. There's an issues tab linked at the very top of the page. Issue tracker. That's where bugs go. Okay. Let's see. So, the first bug had to do with the chemical plant, because somebody literally within hours of me posting the mod, somebody had put together a chemical plant and said there's a bug with the recipes. And sure enough, when I looked, let's go open file. Oh my god. Okay, it's completely derailed the position of where that looks. So if we go to chemical plant and we go to like cracking, right? You can see it's trying to output liters here. Well, that's the problem, is I don't think my variable output Cat, what do you want? I don't see a mousey anywhere. Go get the mousey. Unless you dropped it somewhere weird. Nope, I don't see it anywhere. Stupid cat. She doesn't do this any other day other than stream days. So this resolved item stack here, this is wrong. So if I look at my, let's see, no, it would be under recipes. Recipe system. No. Yeah, there it is. Recipe variable output. Okay. Oh, I do have a liters. Okay. Variable. This dot liters. Okay, so I do have a liters in here. I just need to use this variable resolve. If liters is not equal to null and liters dot value is greater than 0. Okay. So, yeah. So there we have the problem. This, if kv pair.key.empty in pair out. So this is the iteration. This is where it's actually doing it. And if it's empty, right? If this thing is empty, which means the output is empty, then the item stack instead needs to be kv pair dot value dot variable resolve. That just gives me an int though. How did I use this? I think the mixer. Yeah, I use barrel output stack. So So if I wanted to use my thing, resolved item stack, okay, that's fine. Variable resolve. Okay. Okay, so this is just giving me an int. So I need to set the item stack to the resolved item stack. But then I need to do kv pair.key.itemstack.stack size equal kv pair.value variable resolve. Oh yeah, this is probably going to have a bunch of shit in it. Yeah. API .world string error source chem plant variable resolve. There we go. Okay, and then this, we basically do this. Because it's, I'm not going to switch it away from, if I set it to the barrel recipe, the problem with that is it, there's no variability supported in that, right? So if I wanted to support recipes that have a variable, plus or minus threshold outputs, it would not work. Okay. So I think that should fix that. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this I love how they post the block tips contains hard-coded English strings. What line of what object? What line? What are you talking about? More information is not a sin. Give me more information, people. Like posting something like that. This mod is thousands of lines of code. Give me line numbers. Like, what are you talking about? I don't remember ever putting append literal in here. If he's looking at a decompiled version, that would be why. But if we look at the possible blower, get block info, check for error, append line, lang.get, error blocked. Oh, that's the blast furnace. So let's look at that. And then get block info. Okay. Append line. Okay. So he's saying with active blowers. So yeah, these are for some reason not Open file. Lang English. It's so funny. He's talking about like they can't be localized. Nobody has localized this mod in like 2 years. That Russian one that I had in there, that was like 2 years ago that somebody sent that to me. Nobody's localizing this. Right? So it's like, so do I have with in here? I'm word with. Yeah, see, I don't have word with. So let's do copy, paste, with, and then active blowers. Nope. Okay. Air blower. Do. Cat hair. My mouth is bothering me. Vent engineering GUI active blower. No, wrong button. End, not page down. Thank you. Okay. Active blowers, GUI dash, okay. And then GUI word with is. So I capitalize that. Okay, that bug is fixed. That one, floating point precision, that is a base game bug, not to do with me. Shift left click doesn't, quick transfer doesn't work. Blast friends. Yeah, I'll have to log into the DB to actually respond, but whatever. I can't even. I've lost count with how many times that I've said in this comment section, don't post bugs in here. Some people just don't like. They just don't. They think, hey, this person has spent 2,000 hours building this mod. I can't spend 10 minutes signing up for a website to post a bug. Where's the logic in that? You know, help me out. Throw it somewhere where I'm able to track it and able to watch it and actually get emails. You know, emails saying, hey, somebody posted a bug, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the chemical plant thing should be fixed. At least it should be. Okay, so anything else? Again, I have the hiccups. I don't know why I have the hiccups. This is bothering me. We have couple. I thought there was a couple things in the JSON I needed to address. it's so hard. It's so hard navigating this to try to figure out. I noticed that you get three nails out of a plate in the metal press, which is itself made of an ingot. Let's go open. Oh my god. Give me the directory that it's in. Metal press. Nails. Okay. Metal nails and strips. With self-made, you get less nails than you would by smithing an ingot. And just smithing the plate out of the metal press. I guess what is the oh my god. Minimize. Assets, survival, recipes, smithing, nails. So you get 4 nails and strips out of a ingot. And then 8 out of a what I'm assuming would be a plate. Even though it's like identical in recipe, you can see the pattern here much different. So this uses plates. Wow, look at all those. Are those all the types of... Okay. Silver, gold, iron, meteoric iron, steel. Yeah, let's paste that. The reason there's 2 of these is one is the basic one with the tin bronze mold, and the other is the harder iron, steel, blah 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 molds, right? So that's the big difference here. Is the softer metals you can make with the less, right? With the softer mold, but the harder the mold, the better. Like the higher tier of the mold, in general, the more options you have. Okay, so what they're saying is if they have a metal plate and they actually smith, they would get 8 nails and strips. So so if I go 9 with a variability of 1, you could get 10. You could get 8. So that it's still good and better. But I don't know when they changed this. This was not 4 for an ingot or 8 for a plate. Yeah, this is very different. Yeah, very different when I first started here. Okay, so let's look. Metal press, sheets, gears. I don't use a lot of gears in my I should use more. I should add more gear usage, just because I added them. Might as well use them. Okay. All right, that's not a bug. It's so funny. They find these little bugs with mine, but it's like, have you ever looked at the actual Crucible code? Or like when you're smelting something in the Crucible, this floating point number is, it makes 25.00004 ingots. It's like, I've seen this a lot with the base game Crucible. You just usually it usually hides those numbers, but like my mod sort of exposes that, and so everybody thinks it's a bug with my mod, and it's like, no, that calculation I use the base game's calculation for. Okay, so that's done with that. This should now automatically use leaders. The stack, right? It should. The variables, the resolved item, like the resolved stack, should work, right? Because it was outputting like diesel portion, but it was only outputting one because the resolved item stack variable was just one item. It was the variable resolve call that I was missing. That's the thing that says, hey, how many of these? And so it should now see liters 4 times that by 100, and then that's the stack size that it wants to give. So, and then that has been fixed there. Okay. And then we need to do this 5.9. And then build, rebuild. I turned on way too much debugging there. I can't remember what setting. Look at all that output. Like, that is a crazy amount of output. I can't remember what setting I did. There's a setting in here that I flipped trying to resolve something, and I can't remember what it was. Okay, so that is those few changes. So now we need to look at, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And I think that we need to get started on a commission project that somebody commissioned and is paying for. So that is something that I need to start. Create a new project. So we have I've installed the Vintage Story mod templates. The wiki has a great little section on how to do that, right? If you wanted to do that. It's literally just a command line option to install the a mod template, and it installed like a couple of them. Yeah. Vintage Story mod. I can't remember a project for creating a Vintage Story mod. So, we need to come in here and we need to get ready for this. Now, they want storage barrels. Now, why barrels? I keep trying to move the needle towards drawers because that's what people are familiar with. For me, there's a big element of somebody who's familiar with something. And I wish Robert was in here to actually ask him. Because if somebody looks at something and is semi-familiar with what you're trying to do, which is why I'm emulating vintage. I'm emulating immersive engineering because people are familiar with it. And if you know immersive engineering, you have a better way in, right, with vintage engineering because I've emulated it. I've not copied it. I've just emulated. Like, hey, this should feel somewhat familiar because it's a lot of it is. The same with the storage drawers is I want people to look at it and be familiar with how it works and be able to interact with it and understand fundamentally how it works. So, man, yeah, I guess I wish Robert was around. So I could get the final say because I don't want to rename it after the fact. I don't want to name it storage drawers or vintage drawers. If he insists on me making it be a barrel, because barrels, to me, the game already has a barrel. Okay, it already has a barrel. It's a thing you tan hides in. And it holds fluids and shit, right? That's a barrel. It's not for items. It shouldn't be for items. I mean, you think about what barrels are used for, right? Oil, barrels of oil. You have wine. I mean, technically those are like casks. You could consider them casks, but they're barrels. They're whiskey barrels. They're for fluids. Barrels are for fluids, not items. And that was why I was like drawers, right? Drawers, and then people are familiar with storage drawers. So let's do vintage drawers. And then we're going to go code mod. Okay. And I'll have to work with them and see if this is okay. But I'm gonna basically set this up how I did all my other big mods. Right, I have a code and a mod, and then I'm gonna go to storage drawers or vintage drawers and go new folder, design docs, and then we're gonna do. Let's go text and do design doc. Okay, so we're gonna keep it basic right now. Okay, so we're gonna copy or save that and maybe do this as .md. And I only got audio from one of my here headphones. Did I mess up my audio in some way? I was doing a whole bunch of shit yesterday, cleaning like crazy. I still have, obviously you can see by the desk beside me, I still have some organization, but I worked 11 hours yesterday cleaning. 11 hours. Okay, so vintage drawers design doc. Summary. And I wish I could increase the font size in here. I have never found a way to do that though. Like I remember I remember watching Renegade was showing me something once, and he was able to actually like zoom in or something. And there it is, control plus equals. What? Equals? Oh my god, it does work. Oh shit. Okay, that's gonna help y'all be able to read what I'm writing. I didn't know it. I was trying plus or minus, you know, what everybody else does, or control scroll wheel. That also works in other editors. Inspired by the storage drawers mod for Minecraft for the other voxel game. This mod sets out to give VS players a similar experience. Optionally, if commissioned, a powered controller interface can be added using VE power to allow for a crafting interface that can directly pull from the drawers. Okay. Inspired by the storage drawer mod for Minecraft, this mod sets out to give VS players a similar experience. Optionally, if commissioned, a powered controller. Because the reason why this is separate, this controller interface, this is way more code. This is way more logical code to do this, right, than basically the entirety of the other of like the drawer mod itself. Like just that interface and crafting grid and stuff that pulls, right, that pulls from that can pull from the drawers, almost like there's a mod for Minecraft that does something similar. I want to say it's something like Tom's Simple Storage or something like that, where you can connect a bunch of like random chests and stuff and then put an interface in it. It's a lot of code to do that, right? Because you're navigating in any number of stacks of things. So it's not very straightforward. So basic interaction. Each drawer will have a set amount of storage based on a stack size. Stack size. Well, no. Let's see. Set amount of stack size. Each drawer will have a set amount of stack size set amount of stacks of items they can hold. $32? Or is that too many? 16 stacks, maybe? 16 stacks per drawer. So let's say 16 stacks A drawer can, and the stack size is different. And this, what I'm doing here is the reason why this will be different than, say, the Better Crates mod is there's a savings, a data savings that you can do with this that the Better Crates mod doesn't do. At least the last time I looked at it. Right? And so when you have a drawer that holds a single type of item, that's it, a single type of item, what the Better Crates mod does is whatever upgrade you put in it, let's say it bases the 32 stacks or whatever, and then you put a blah 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 upgrade in it. So now you're holding, 2,000 stacks. What it actually does is edits the inventory behind the scenes and literally gives you 2,000 item slots that you have that can be, the stuff can go in. Okay, 2,000 item slots in a single container is a lot of data. That's a lot of data. And so when you have a wall of these, you have various upgrades. You have tin bronze upgrades, steel upgrades, or even my diamond upgrade one. What happens is you have a unholy amount of data in a single chunk because you have all these drawers in there that have thousands of stacks of stuff that they can supply. And so the tree, when the game dumps data to the disk, it has to build the tree views of all of these inventories, which can be incredibly costly. Not to mention transferring all of that information to clients, right? So if somebody has a base, let's say somebody has a base with like a wall of maxed out drawers, right? They're max level. They have a wall of them. They have 30 of these drawers. They're all maxed out. They've got all sorts of stuff in them, right? And you, as a multiplayer, you are way away from their base and you're walking into their base, okay? The moment those chunks load for you, they're already loaded. Somebody might be milling around the server or something. You're walking in. The server sends you those chunks. It's like, hey, there's a chunk. All of the data, right? It's pulling from those drawers and it's building these tree views. Imagine the JSON of having 2,000 slots in a single block and then having 30 of those, right? The amount of data that is blasted to your computer, and this is happening every few seconds, right? If you go and you interact with one of the drawers, if somebody is milling around their base and you're living in the house next door and they're interacting with the drawers, input, output, input, output, input, output, every time they do that, the server is basically needing to update all of the other players. And so it's blasting out that data constantly. Well, given enough players and given enough drawers, that will move the needle on bandwidth usage. And it is very wasteful because it's a single item. So my plan for this, and we'll get into the technical design here in a second, is the plan for this is to invent a custom item slot. And that item slot can have a varying amount of stack size in it. And so a drawer will only ever have a single item slot. But the amount in that slot, like the max stack size of the slot, will be whatever upgrades are in the drawer. So it'll start, the stack size of the slot will start as 16 times whatever the stack size of the item is in it. And then as you add and remove items, all it's doing is editing a single number, right? The stack size of that slot. And basically overriding the stack size limit of the item and just saying, hey, this item slot can hold this many stacks, right? This many items of this type. And manage that behind the scenes. Meanwhile, if somebody needs an update, all that I'm giving it is a single item slot with a single item with a stack size of whatever that number is, right? It could be 100,000, but it's still a single number. It's going to pass an int no matter what. There's the data, and that's all you need to pass. And that's the savings that I'm going for, is very efficiently going through and just seeing one stack, right? One slot. And that way, the controller, when it's iterating through and managing all of the drawers that the controller is a part of, that controller can just iterate through really fast and get basically catalog all of the items that it's storing, because it's just a single item slot, and that's all it has to interact with is all those item slots. So it makes the math much more simple, because you're not having to iterate through 1,000 slots to figure out which, like, how much space you have, like what the number is, and all of that. Imagine trying to print out how many. Let's say you have a drawer that has 512 slots, and you need to figure out how many things are in that drawer to print out the number on the drawer, right? Well, instead of iterating through 512 slots and counting up the stack size, right? You just look at one item slot and you say, oh, there's 256 in there, or there's 473. And that's the number you print out. You know exactly how many are in there because it's one slot. And so that's where the savings is going to be. And it also makes crafting so much faster because you're dealing with one item slot. And that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm going with this. Is it's a system that's going to be, it should be very fast because you're dealing with one. And if something only stacks to one, let's say you're rolling the old school temporal gears, right? Which normally don't stack. So you have a temporal gear. Well, that temporal gear doesn't stack. Well, that doesn't mean a drawer will only hold one. A drawer will hold 16 stacks, right? So you would be able to store 16. It's stack size times whatever the number is with whatever upgrades are in it, right? And so the higher the stack size of an individual item, the more, like, I know some of my mods rebalance the stack size of nuggets to 400 because it's a much easier way to do math when you're trying to balance out to make alloys. So 400 stack size, while 16 stacks of that, right, is 400 times 16. Right? So you're at 64, what is it, 64,000 or 6,400? That's 60, I think it's 6,400. Which is not bad. But it's still not enough. I mean, I usually have tens of thousands. So anyway, each drawer will have a set amount of stacks of items they can hold. 16 stacks per drawer. Each drawer will have a set amount of upgrade slots. Again, this is just like the storage drawer mod for capacity. Oh my god. Capacity. Each drawer will have a set amount of upgrade slots for capacity and features. How many upgrades? 8 upgrade slots. Which will be different than the slot for the actual what I contain, right? Upgrade slots are going to be different. now the big question is, do we want to support the 2x1 or the 2x2 drawer types? I think because a 2x2, which is 4, right? You can imagine the 2x2 drawers. You don't inherently get more storage out of that. Each slot, right? You have 4 little drawers. Each of those, right, is a fourth of the total, right? So if we have 16 stacks per drawer, each one of those would be 4 stacks, right? 4, 8, 12, 16. So it's not inherently more storage. It's just, things that you don't have a lot of or need a lot of, you can do that. So, I don't know. It complicates things, right? It massively complicates things. Do we need a 2x1 or 2x2 drawer, or will the normal full drawer be enough? Drawer upgrade. So obviously void upgrade. That's like one of, if not the most used upgrade in the mod. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen many people use the storage drawer mod without having a slew of drawers having the void upgrade in them. So it's like void upgrade is a must. I could even make it use obsidian, which is extremely rare in the game now. So void upgrade, and then capacity tier upgrades. So bronze, brass. I like brass just because it's like it's copper and zinc. Right? And zinc is not 100% like it's not very common. Bronze, brass, iron in its many forms. Meteorite iron, steel, gold, silver, I don't think we need silver. Gold is, we don't need an infinite numbers of these, right? It's just like whatever you have around, there's definitely going to be a progression. Gold is definitely more rare in the vanilla game than steel, right? Gold is hard to find. Really hard to find. And then titanium would be a good use of that. And diamond, obviously, would be the top tier, because diamonds are really hard to find. Really, really hard to find in the vanilla game. You need to basically just get lucky to find diamonds in this game. If you have my Ores of Plenty mod, that's different. Diamonds are slightly easier to find because they can appear in basalt. Yeah, I add another rock type for diamonds because otherwise they're impossible to find. They're only found in kimberlite, which is incredibly rare. So So void upgrade, capacity tier upgrades, other upgrade ideas, right now we have, I don't know, other features. Drawer controller connects, let's see, finds and connects to all drawers within a X block radius. Finds and connects to all drawers within an X block radius and allows for placing inventory items into all connected drawers. Finds and connects to all drawers within an X blocks radius and allows for placing player inventory items into all drawers via shift right click. Via double shift right click. Allows for VE, allows for automation insertion via inventory get auto insert slot call overrides. That's a little technical. There's a get auto insert slot call in an inventory, and that will tell you, like, because the drawer controller itself can have its own little inventory, and then the get auto insert slot call of that inventory will, instead of giving it to the drawer controller, whatever inventory is that overriding that will look out into the drawers and say, hey, which drawer does this go in, right? And then it's just a loop, a code loop that goes through, like when you double shift right click into the controller, it's going to iterate through your inventory. It's going to look at all of those items in your inventory. Is there a drawer, right, that stuff can go into? So it's just code that loops through all of that. Drawer interaction. Right click, store hand contents. Right click, store hand contents. If it matches and there is room. Left click, retrieve one item. Shift left click, retrieve one stack. Shift right click, store all matching inventory into drawer. So if, like, you shift left click, you get the stack. If you shift right click, it'll store hand contents and all matching items from inventory into drawer. I think that was like shift. I think that was like a double shift right click in the thing. I'll have to investigate that, and it would be helpful if I spelled that right. So that's like basic drawer interaction. And then this allows for automation. So the automation, what I'm talking about there, is not just my pipes, but the chutes. The base game chutes, right? The base game has that get auto insert slot, and that's what the pipes use. So I don't reinvent that, right? For the pipes, I use all the base game stuff, so it should work no problem. Okay, so drawer, miscellaneous drawer features. Let's miscellaneous features. Trim. Drawer trim extends drawer controller detection of drawers without any storage, without adding any storage. Drawer IO allows for insertion of items into entire drawer system. So there's a drawer controller, and you can only have one, right? Only one allowed per drawer system. But you can have IO, right? Drawer IO allows for insertion of items into entire drawer system. Extraction of items, extraction of a specific specific item based on extraction filter VE pipes, right? So what this would be is a way, sort of a bridge, if you put an extraction node on an IO, right? And then you put a filter in that extraction node, right? You'd have to upgrade the extraction node and then put a filter in it. Well, that filter is going to say, hey, I want to pull this item out of this block. Can I do that? And I'm going to have to, this will be one of those features here that I might have to balance the pipe system, and I might have to augment the pipe system to communicate with the drawer system. But these are going to be very separate mods, right? So the vintage drawers is not going to be under the umbrella of vintage engineering, right? And so I need to make it abstract enough to say, hey, this extraction node is only looking for this item. Do we have that item, right? And I have to look to see how the extraction node works, and then I have to try to balance that to the drawers. And because other mods might come in, right? A mod that does something like create funnels, right? Where you can put a funnel on something and then put a filter on it, and say, I only want, say, granite rock, right, or granite stone, and then that's only going to put out granite stone. Well, there's got to be a way for the DIO to see what is in the storage. Like, it already is going to be able to see the storage. Basically, it's going to, the IO, all the IO are going to be is a tunnel into the controller, and then they're just going to pass all of their interactions to the controller, right? And then the controller is going to manage all of that, because the controller is going to have a map in its memory. It's going to have a map of all the drawers and all of the things in those drawers and the block positions of all of those. It has to know what's in the drawer system. Not the number of the things, but just where they are, so it can go and grab the relevant information. Like, how much space do you have left? What is your item? Stuff like that. And then if we're trying to extract from one of the drawer IOs, or even the controller, right? If we're trying to extract from that, like what can we, what do we actually need? Because if you just extract everything, well, it's going to try to empty every drawer, in whatever order that they are given. It's just like, oh, let's just extract everything. But if it's filtered, I think is that's the important bit. If it's filtered, so that is a feature here. So technical savings. Each drawer will only have one slot for storing the actual item. This slot will have a dynamic max stack size based on what, if any, upgrades are in the drawer. This will save a huge amount of data as the drawers will not have to send hundreds or even thousands of slot inventories. Upgrade slots will have to lock. Upgrade slots will have to lock their contents if storage tiers are used and current storage exceeds the amount if upgrade was removed. It's kind of a weird, I know this is technical. This is a technical thing, but I don't know why I'm not getting. Why am I not getting the markdown? Is it a space? Oh, it's a space. Yep. That's what it was. Weird that you needed a space. I'm not an expert at markdown stuff, so. Don't blame me. I don't know much about anything. I do know that I'm out of coffee. Okay. So, now we have, each drawer will only have one slot for storing the actual item. This slot will have a dynamic max stack size based on what, if any, upgrades are in the drawer. This will save a huge amount of data, as the drawer will not have to send hundreds or even thousands of slot inventories. Upgrade slots will have to lock their contents if storage tiers are used and current storage exceeds the amount if upgrade was removed. Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? Any thoughts on what I might be missing? Right? We've got, like, the storage drawers mod is there are simplistic things about it, and this is why it's attractive, because it's not a complex mod. So it's like this thing would be yeah. It's on its surface, it's not a complex mod at all. It's just, hey, what so you have drawers, you have trim, you have a controller, and an IO port, right? Essentially 4 different types. Now, the drawers, we could drawers, let's do a section here, design, drawer design, drawer design, let's do drawer visuals will have wood typed variants. So so you can match, if you're whatever wood types you have around. If you have spruce, if you've got pine, if you've got, redwood, we'll have wood typed variants. Trim visuals will also have wood typed variants. Controller and IO will have a more industrial design. Controller will not be required to interact with a single drawer. it kind of goes without saying. Like, you can just interact with a drawer, or you can interact with a, like, this is why I wanted to build this feature in like reminiscent of the storage drawers mod, because people are very familiar. That storage drawers mod has been around for many, many, many years. So the familiarity people have with it, and like, hey, I understand how this works. This is how this works, and I don't need to then relearn how it works. I just know how it works, and that's kind of what I'm going with this. Is, yeah. So each drawer will have one slot for storing the actual item. Blah blah blah. Drawer controller will track and store. Will track block position and type. Track block position and type. As well as monitor and update as needed. Will not store map to disk or share with clients. This is a server only interaction to avoid bug exploits. So the drawer controller itself, right, will have its map. It'll have all the block positions, and it'll have an internal map of all the block positions of all the drawers, as well as what is in those drawers. And then as you add, right, if you add like trim and you add all of this other stuff, I'm going to have to include a way of transmitting that update to the controller. So if you have a controller and you have a wall of drawers and you have a controller and you add a drawer, right? I need a way of telling the controller, hey, there's a new drawer that's connected. So if you add a drawer to, if you add a drawer next to another drawer, that other drawer is going to get that information. It's like, hey, my neighbor block changed, and it's a drawer, right? It was this, but now it's a drawer. So now I need to update the controller and just spit out to the controller, hey, update your brain, right? And it'll go through and update everything. So as you build it out, it could update. Ideally, in a perfect world, you would build the entire system, including the trim, build the entire system, and then place the controller. And then the controller, once you place it, it's going to spider out and just whoop, and it's going to build that list. Basically, it's going to be the dictionary, right? Block position and item type, right? Whatever type it is. Basically, like a code. Like what is here? But it's going to be server side. This is not going to be on the client. Client it's not going to care. So the server is the be all end all right there. Drawer IO will pass all interaction to the controller. So a drawer IO will only work when there's a controller for the drawer quote unquote network. There's not going to be a network of drawers. It's the best way to describe it. It's a set of drawers. Well, you're going to need a drawer controller to use the drawer I/O, just because the drawer I/O is going to pass. When you place a drawer I/O, the drawer I/O, when you place it, it's going to basically go along and look at whatever it's connected to. It could be connected to trim, it could be connected to another drawer. It's gonna go there and say, hey, where is the controller? Right? Where's the controller? And it's gonna find the controller and basically map it. And so any interaction with the I/O will map to the controller as if you're working with the controller. It's essentially just a dummy terminal. The I/O is just a dummy terminal to the controller. That way, all of the complex code of interactions, putting in or taking out, all of that complex code, I just have in one place, the controller. The drawer I/O doesn't replicate that. It's just passes that all along. So a controller will be required to use the I/O block. This map will be rebuilt when controller loads from disk or is placed. Okay. Wow, that is how does my personal copy of the stream, how is it an hour behind? I've only been streaming for an hour and 22 minutes. Just pause it, whatever. It's like it pauses every time I hit spacebar, and it was like pause. It's just like, nope. Is it still paused? Yeah. Okay. It's weird. I don't know how. I've only been going an hour and 20 minutes, and somehow it's an hour behind already. That's weird. That's really weird. Okay. So this is the basics. Other than this, optionally if commissioned, this is a huge amount of work right here. So this is after the drawers are done, after everything's working, that is this powered controller interface here. Like, I would actually probably make that a part of vintage engineering, honestly. That interface, because it would have to be powered, right? It would need a wire connection. It would need all of that. The rest of the mod, right? The drawer mod itself will have no dependency. There won't be a mod dependency on it, right? That specific controller interface would be a separate block with a power connector, right? It would look like a little terminal, right? That's kind of in my mind how I would imagine it. Like a terminal that you would be able to place in a drawer system, basically kind of acting like an I/O. But it would have a power interface, but then it would have to look at the drawers themselves. And I'm not 100% sure how to map that, right? Because it would either be part of vintage engineering, which then it would require some weird dynamic. I'm not really sure how to do that. Or it would be a separate mod that has two dependencies: vintage engineering and storage drawers, right? Vintage drawers. You'd have a mod that just added one thing, one block, which is the powered crafting interface. that would be for the drawers, and then it would have to have vintage engineering dependency because it has to have power, right? So you'd have yet a third mod that would be looking for both of those. That would be the most like smooth solution, because you would put all the complexity of the dependencies into one single place rather than try to do some shenanigans with dynamic library lookups and stuff, because it would be hard to interface with a drawer system if I'm not able to load the controller as is, right? I'm not able to interface with the controller and compile the code that is needed for that. Okay, so we have all of this ready to go. I would just need it. I just need Robert to basically sign off on it. So there's that. He's the one that's commissioning it, so obviously he gets final say. And I don't want to dive into code. I don't want to dive into code until such a time that it's actually approved and stuff. So I'm going to need to get him to look at that and sign off on it. So we have a single thing that I want to check, and I remembered as I was working on that design doc there. Somebody has come across a possible bug with the electric networks and how they balance. I have so many of the things loaded here. Let's actually load electric network. Okay. So there is a bug somewhere in the electric network system, right? There is something somewhere that's causing storage-only networks from just not distributing their power. And this is one of those like really insidious kind of bugs that's extremely hard to track. So let's load up the game. It's going to take a hot minute to load it. I need to basically tear down the networks that I have in the map, because to be able to test this effectively, I am going to need a very finite number of things to test, right? So all right. I've already got like these are LV batteries. There is a LV transformer, and I've got some things and stuff here. Like somebody was telling me that like they were able to dupe do I have any sort of ingots on me? They said that when you right click and it was duping the actual forge, and it's like it's not a thing. You don't dupe the forge by looking at it. So this is not a thing. You right click, shift right click, grabs you the item. Oh my god, come on. It's hot. Yes, it's hot. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. By the way, I spent like 11 hours cleaning. I went through literally every box of stuff that I've ever had, right? And sorted everything, I sorted stuff for go to like a garage sale. Like, here's all the garage sale stuff. Here's stuff like old clothes, bag up, send to Goodwill. And then I took like 3 loads out to the dumpster. Like, crazy amount of stuff I threw away. But I came across these. I have a little collection, right? I have a collection of these things, which if you're not familiar, these are old, right? These are 90s. These are little models of the Super Soaker squirt guns, okay? They actually work. Okay? They actually work. And I have a collection of these. This one here is crazy. This is if anybody remembers, I actually had the big version of this one, right? The actual full-size version of this one. This one is the only thing that's missing is a little nub to cover up the hole up here, but these actually work. Okay? So I'm sitting here going, well, what are these worth? Well, I think that the worth of these depends on how old you are. If you're 9 years old, these things are priceless. There is no price that they would want. Like, I've got a whole bunch of these. I've even got a couple more over here. Okay, so I'm looking at these going, these things. So if anybody out there like wants to give me an offer, I have there's just so many of them. There's like 7 of them. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 7 of them. But you put a little water in it and they actually work. Crazy. But my age, I don't know how much I would pay for those, but you're 9 or 10, holy shit. That's like top of your list. So yeah, throw me some ideas. If you've got any, if anybody out there has any kids, give me an offer. But I've got a ton. I've got a ton of old software, like old games. Holy shit, old games in their original boxes with the original discs. Like, tons of them. Going all the way back, I have Doom 2. Doom 2 in the box with the 2 floppy disks, right? The original Doom 2 box. Obviously Doom 2, you're gonna have a trouble playing it. You're like, who has a 3.5 inch floppy drive in their computer right now? Like, I would highly doubt anybody has a floppy drive, right? But to a collector, an original Doom 2 box with the discs. I mean, it's not it was opened and used, but it's still original packaging. I wish I could figure out like if there was a way to if there was a way to like figure that out. Why am I only getting sound from one ear? That really bothers me. Is there no? Why am I only getting sound out of one ear? Man. I'm gonna have to try to debug. I'm only getting sound out of this ear. Okay. We're trying to test something here. Okay, so no network. No network. No network. I just want to validate that removing these actually removes them. Does the thing. Okay. Oh. LV. That would have been bad. All my food would have gone bad. Okay. So this is obviously getting power. This is reducing in power. This network, though, network 23, and then this network is also 23. So if we come in here, and we're debugging the electric network. Right, so we can go in and, well, before I do that, let's remove this network. So this network is now gone. So this is the 23 should be the only network. Oh, let's take that. Should be the only network actually ticking right now. There's nothing else that's ticking. So if we go down to where the meat and potatoes go, update tick. So if we put a breakpoint in there and then pop, there it is. So network power per tick doesn't really matter. If we look, let's clear all of that and go network ID should be 23. Yes. Delta time, log bouncer, blah, blah, blah is dirty. I don't really do that, but log bouncer here is whatever. So on extract power equals null. On receive power has some stuff in it, and on storage power has some stuff in it. So it should bypass this. Is sleeping is false. I'm not using the sleeping mechanic anyway. On extract power. Okay. So now total power in gen is 0. We don't have any machines. So on storage power, Rebalance bouncer is greater than 2. Okay, that's... So, every 2 seconds, it's going to try to rebalance the storage. I think that's what that does. Okay, so this goes through total in storage. So then we go and we run to cursor. Total in storage, 208. Total storage available is also 208. How are those exactly? Oh, okay. Those are exactly the same. Those should not be the same. No? Yeah, the again, these are how much to extract. It's based on the same tick time, right? So if there's enough storage available in the storage, then it's going to return, right? So if you have at least 208, or if you have at least X in storage, and you have at least Y, if you have at least X in available storage, then those are going to be definitely amount. So on received power, total power offered, received power, yes, okay. Total power engine. So this is working. So what I want to actually look at, if we bounce back up here again, what I want to do is I want to actually look at this. Rebalance storages, right? Rebalance bouncer, greater than 2. It's really high because we were debugging. So we're going to come in here. Okay, what this does, right, all nodes.count, what this does is it tries to rebalance all of the storages. And it does it away from the invocation list, right? The network tick is invoking calls. What this does is my delta time is really extreme in this call. So is chunk loaded? This should be true. Entity is good. And it's a relay. I don't need to look at relays. So this entity is a storage. So this storage nodes.add. Okay. Storage total capacity 4,000. Total capacity available 741. Total used 3259. Okay. So if we come down here and run to cursor, so now we have 16,000 total capacity. Total capacity available is just shy of 2,000. Total use is 14,000, right? So come down here, storage nodes.count, we're good. Target pressure. And so this system is based on a pressure. So target pressure, we have total used and total capacity. This is where I suspect the bugs to be. I've got more comments. Why do people comment on my Discord? Error being thrown on a server. What is this? Electric memory rebalance tick has a mismatch of 2 power. Mismatch of 2 power. That's not many. Engineers don't really know what rebalance or mismatch. That error is down here. Unfulfilled power. Yeah. That's due to a rounding. That's due to a rounding issue. Yeah, what I could do it's likely due to a rounding issue. If there's not a perfect outcome, it can be bad. Okay, so we're using 14,000 out of a total of 16,000. Okay, so if we take 14 divided by 16, we're using 87.5. So target pressure should be like 88, either 87 or 88. 87. Okay, so it's doesn't round up at all. So we have surplus nodes and deficit nodes. Surplus power, boom. So we just we do this. So now we're iterating the specific 4 storage nodes. We have 3 batteries and 1 transformer, right? They're all storage nodes. So node pressure, we have current power and max power. So this is 3259 divided by 4,000. This node pressure is 81, right? Then I add 2 to that, which gives us a 2, basically like a 2% margin, because it cannot be exact. It just can't. So this is a deficit because it's way less than the normal power. Okay, so the next one is going to be 89. So this is actually within the margin of error. So this one will be skipped. They won't look at it at all. Okay. The next one is 89, which will also be skipped. The next one is 89, which will be skipped. Okay, so now we only have 1 deficit node, but we have no surplus nodes. Okay, so that is one reason why nothing is moving here, right? 89, 89, 89. Oh, 87. You can see what happens here because this has to drop enough to actually trigger the draw from here, right? So you have to look at your percentages. Your percentages, this should be triggering. Oh, see, now it bumped up to 82, right? 85, 85, 85. So it's rebalancing, but it's rebalancing at best every 2 seconds. And it's rebalancing only within a margin of error. It should be better than that. Let's grab. I'm going to grab an MV battery. Give block vent engineering VEMV battery. 2 of these. Okay. Now we're going to place these here. Where's my MV wire? MV wire. Huh. Okay. So these are getting power. Remember, these are based on power per second, not power per tick. So this is probably, what is this? NetID 25. So this is a generator pushing into these 2. Okay. If I hook these up to this, this will actually drain out into these because these percentages are much lower than this. Why is this bouncing around so much? Every time it rebalances, it like... I might have to relook at this. I might have to rethink this. Okay, so I need to look at NetID 25. Okay, coming in here, putting a breakpoint. Network ID. Network ID equals 25. Storage power. Unreceived power equals null, and unextracted power equals null. Rebalance storages. Why do I do this here? And then I do this up here. It's like I'm doing it twice, right? I'm doing it right here. And I'm doing it right here. All nodes.count. We're going to zippity doodah down here. All right, total capacity 84,000. Capacity available 146. This is likely that transformer. Total used is quite high. So target pressure should be fairly high. 83.8 out of 84 should be very, very high. Okay. So we're going to then run the cursor down here. And we say, okay, surplus nodes. Why do we have 0 surplus nodes? Target pressure plus 2. Deficit nodes, we don't... What? Okay, so this could be... Yeah, all nodes
of 6. Entity is relay. Entity is relay. Entity is storage. Okay, this is a battery. Total capacity, entity.power, current power, okay, entity is another battery. Entity is another relay. This should be transformer. Okay, and then entity, max power, current power. Where's current power? Current power is 0. Okay. So storage nodes. So target pressure, I think this might be 95. So this might be where we're at. Rather than ignore current power, max power, right? Node pressure is 99. Node pressure, target pressure is 95. This should be a surplus node. Okay, node pressure now is 99, so this is also a surplus node. So this one should be our empty transformer. Node pressure is 0. That is a deficit. Node pressure is less than deficit node, right? So now deficit nodes.count and surplus nodes.count, we should have power per node, surplus power divided by deficit nodes.count. Boom. Power per node is 32 power left over. Okay, power left over. So this dnode.receive power, I'm sending it what power per node we have, right? Boom. Power left over. It grabbed out of that power per node, 3204. It did not use 2781, right? Because it's hamstrung by the delta time. It's not power per tick, it's power per second. So the delta time dictates how much power it actually can grab, right? But that is it for the deficit nodes. So surplus power here, we have to remove that amount. So power left over, surplus power. So we only used 423 power, right? Surplus power divided by surplus nodes. So we used 423 power, which means we yeah, because it's 423, and then when we divide it by like 2, right? We're losing some of that. So now we're trying to take 211 power, and we took it all, and we took it all again. So unfulfilled power is 0. So that's good to go. But again, we have a little bit of a rounding issue. Transformers are it's a tricky thing. I mean, it is working. It just doesn't update as much as most people would want. Right? Because this has to drain. So this is draining. Right? And then you have the rebalance tick, which then like rebalances everything. Right? It draws it down. But I mean, these are 99% full. These should be trying to push power into there. I don't know why it's not. This is 68% full. Same with this. Well, these are actually working, right? So this is getting 64, 63, and it should tick 62. 61. At some point, it's going to trigger 60. I don't know at what point it triggers. It should trigger. Oh, I think it. Yep, there it was. It triggered. And then this should have triggered down 66. So this has to drop to a certain point before this triggers. It's all very confusing. I'm 100% open to alternate ways of doing this. Like, this is... I don't know if there's any super elegant way to do this. Because batteries and transformers, right, they have to supply power, but they also consume power. So if you consume power and you supply power, that's special. You know, that has to be special in there. But like, let's say we charge this and we really draw some power, right? Boom. Yep, that just drew a bunch of power. $53. And then if we throw something in there to actually consume power. Remember, the clients are not getting updated very, very often. So you just kind of have to go with the flow on the update rate. If I updated it any faster, yeah, it's actually consuming power. It's just doing it very, very slowly because these are able to hold, 10 times the amount of power as this thing. But they're both, like the transformer, it doesn't know whether it's supplying power or delivering power, right? In this case, I'm trying to take MB power and convert it into LV power, right? So that's a way to say, hey, this is trying to do this. But similarly, you could have a bunch of generators pushing power into this that's then supplying an MB power. So like which direction? The transformer does not know which direction it needs to go in. Unless I gave it two different power pools. If I gave it an MB power pool and an LV power pool, and I just had it balance internally. That's one solution, right? Is the transformer would have two different separate power pools internally. You'd have an MB side and LV side, right? And so when the LV network ticks and it shoves power into the LV side, well, if that percent gets higher than the MB side, then it knows, hey, I need to use some power from the LV side and put it in the MB side, right? And then the MB network side would be able to look at just the MB power pool and either, balance that or push power into it. So it's like there's I think there would be an alternate way. The transformer specifically, you could do it that way. You would have two different pools, right? But it is it's balancing the power. It is balancing it. So now I think there's a bug if we right, if we then pull, let's save and leave, and then load it again. I'll try an idea. I say abandon the balancing and just fill batteries in machines like water. The furthest downstream gets filled first, and it backs up from there. If you want a live peek at the setup, I'm free to share screen on Discord. Oh, I can't do it now. I'm streaming, but I understand the gist of it. I understand. But the way that the networks work, the networks don't, there's no distance, right? So it like downstream doesn't mean anything, right? The way the networks work is the entire network is run based on an event system, right? I just redid the electric network system, which is kind of why this bug sort of cropped up. Because, you know, I just completely redid this. So if we then charge this should be dropping. See, that just used a bunch of power. There's a little bit more. And then it drops again. I don't understand this at all. These percentages are not matching up. These, right? These are 82% full. They should be trying to balance with this percent-wise, right? These are 82. This should be definitely, but the problem is fundamentally, I think the fact that these have 10 times the amount of power throws my numbers off, right? These have 40,000 storage. This has 4,000 storage. That's why I was trying to do a pressure-based system where it was a percent. So it didn't matter how much power they had. It was the percent. So this 80%, they should be absolutely trying to drain power into this transformer, like actively, to try to balance it out, right? Because 1% of this should be able to fill, 10% of this, but it's not. For some reason, it's not triggering, and I don't know why, right? And then this is a 500 power per second capacity, while these are 100 power per second. So these should be, again, these are balancing themselves out within a margin of error of this, which is what, the whole point of that. So the LV side looks like it's balancing out with the transformer. It's just the MB side is not balancing with the transformer. And I don't know why. Because these should be seeing this, because you have a total of, 84,000 power capacity, right? And then this is 32, so that's 64 and 16, or 65,000 out of 84,000, right? So whatever percent that is, they should be trying to balance this. But I think the capacity of the transformer, I think that's what's throwing me off. If I made this 40,000 power, right? If I made this thing store 40,000 power, the MB side would have no problem balancing with this. It's just that this is a tiny fraction of the amount of power. How about balancing it via pure numerical numbers? You're gonna have to go into more detail about that. It is being balanced. But it's, I guess what I could do is look at each individual block, like what percent each block is, right? Rather than do a total. That might be a different way of doing it. Right? So if we save and leave, I want to gracefully exit. I don't want to crash. So rather than in my rebalance, where's my rebalance? Rebalance Duvalaki here. Rebalance storages. I am taking the total amount, right, of capacity, and then I'm grabbing whatever the individual battery or the individual block. This, I think, is what's causing the problems, is I'm looking at the totality of how much is in there, where if I just instead maybe looked individually and said, this thing is 84% full, this thing is 79% full, this thing is 49% full, right? Each individual item, the percents of each individual item, and said, okay, these are this percent full. What do I do from there though? So maybe I have to think about this for a second. Because you're right on. We did note that when you connected an MB directly into a transformer and had an LV motor going to test, and then a transformer went to 0, no more power. So what could I do to rebalance? Why do I do this? Okay, I think I just do that to grab this. Well, imagine the way that my mind visualizes it, right? Imagine you have every storage block in a network is like a glass that they're all connected, right? They're all connected in some way. Maybe there's a at the bottom you have all these different pools, right? So let me just sketch out what, and then again, this is just how my brain thinks of it. So you have this, and then you have this, and you have this, and you have this. Okay, and then maybe you have one on the way up here. Whatever they are, right? Storages, whatever. But if we take the eraser and we just say, hey, the bottoms of these are like this. Okay? So you have a bunch of pools, a bunch of wells connected, right? And so what we're trying to determine is We have this one that's up here. We have this one that's down here. Maybe here, and maybe down here. Okay. So you have this well that's way full. So this would be like the MV battery. This would be way full. And then we would have maybe another... Oh, whoops. Something else down here where we could then say it was completely empty. Okay? Algorithmically, what I was trying to do is balance all of these out. That's what I was trying to do. Is balance everything out, right, across the board, percentage-wise, right? But I don't think that's quite right. Because the percent is based on individual, like this would be, say, 80%. This would be 10%. Well, the total here is so different that I don't know how you would, even if you tried to do the balance the power by filling the lowest number or the smallest number first, which would be this one, let's say 0. Okay, so we could create a list and have a percent of how full something is. We could sort that list by that percent. And then we could look at we could grab the first item, which is highest percent, and then pop the last item and try to balance that out. But that, oh man, how would you do that programmatically without... The problem is, the more complicated I make this, the more prone to bugs there are. And the more likely something is going to cause bugs. Because in the end, what I would go for is, after everything is balanced, it's basically like this, right? And then this would be balanced to there, because it's based on percent. That's kind of what it tries to do now, which is obviously not perfect. It's obviously flawed, right? Because if it's a pressure-based system, the bigger wells, like the MV batteries, is a 10x well to the transformer. There's 10 times the amount of power capacity than an MV transformer. So the pressure would be inherently higher even at the same percentages. So I would need like a multiplier. I would need something like a multiplier for how much more power there is in a system in a single block. So the batteries, let's say a battery is 50% full. Okay, that's 20,000 power. 50% full. Well, to a transformer, 50% is 2,000, which it's minuscule. 20,000 compared to 2,000. Pressure, it should be trying to force that transformer to be full. Because it's like the pressure of a bigger well, it's like the difference in a pressure between having a glass of water that's 50% full and a water tower in a city that's 50% full, right? There is a very large difference between the pressures of that amount of water. a water tower at 50% full is going to be a crazy amount of pressure than a glass of water at 50%. So the water tower should have no problem filling that glass, right? So how do you do that numerically? How do you represent that numerically? The process of removing power from machines, that works. Like, all you need to do with one of your, like, an example of your battery systems, okay? All you need to do is hook up a different type of thing into the network, let's say a machine, and it would treat it differently. That, in my experience, the storage only networks are where the fundamental problem is, because it's just, this is what I've tried to solve. Okay, so instead of this blue line, right, being done, what would happen would be this would go down to here. All of these would come up to here, right? And then this would be full. This would be completely full. That's what I want it to do, right? This pool is way bigger. The pressure on it is way bigger and is capable of pushing all of these middle ground ones up. And then the lower one, which these are just abstracts. I don't have any idea of what these could be, but the lower one would just be maxed, no problem. So an example would be, for this specific example, let's do an actual, like, what we're working with, right? Let's represent what we're actually working with. And then literally, remember, this is like 10x the amount of juice. And then over on this side, we have, so these would be MV bat. This would be transformer, and these would be LV bat. Okay. Oh my God, I really need a drawing tablet. God damn. It's always been on my wish list ever since the 90s. Ever since the 90s, I wish I had a drawing tablet. Like, a really nice drawing tablet. It's always been on my, like, fantasy wish list of computer shit to have. Because, my God, I'm able to draw freehand, like, 10,000 times better than with a mouse. Anyway, so what we're representing here is we're taking batteries, right? We have MV batteries at maybe this percentage, okay? And then we have LV batteries that are this percentage. Well, what it's trying to do, it's when it's calculating the storage, it's taking these three and trying to balance percentages, and then it's taking these three and trying to balance percentages, because those are two separate networks. The transformer is a bridge between MV and LV networks, right? It's a bridge between two different networks. So it is encompassed with both. Both of those electric networks, they have different ID numbers, and the different ID numbers means, hey, these are two different networks drawing from the same pool of power. So these have way more power than this does. This has 10% of the amount of power that these do. So these being 90% full should have no problem filling the transformer. Okay. Now the transformer is limited in how many power per second it can go because it's limited by whatever network is the lowest on its transformer, right? So an MV-LV is going to be limited by an LV amount of power. And that's true on the MV side as well, because it's only able to bring in 500 power per second. Well, it would only be able to deliver to the MV network 500 power per second. So if you were going from maybe instead of LV batteries, maybe you were going from LV generators or the alternators, right? The alternators pushing into a transformer, which then tries to push into MV batteries, right? This percent here, again, we don't know. There's no way to know directionality with a transformer. There's no way to know I am pushing power into a transformer and it's pushing power into an MV network compared to pulling power from an MV network and pushing it in an LV network. The transformer doesn't know which direction you're going in. Now, I could introduce directional transformers. Rather than have a single block that's saying, hey, you can go either way, you introduce a block that is, or you replace it with a directional. It's saying this is only going from MV to LV or only LV to MV, right? You only go in one direction. That's another alternate solution to this, is you force it to go in one direction. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to try to figure this out. So how do we look at how much power is available to move? Let me read up on chat here. You want to do the 80%. Maybe have a metric tier of power that you always know a multiplier about. Yeah, I try not to hard code numbers like that. Try to base it off of whatever the machine is. What happens if you give the player the option to set direction? I mean, again, the directionality, it's based on immersive engineering. As far as I'm aware, their transformers were like mine. They didn't matter which direction it was going in. Now I could look up how the hell I could try to research how the hell immersive engineering transformers work. Like what code? I've not looked at immersive engineering code at all for my mod. Like I've tried to tackle each individual problem my way instead of looking at how immersive engineering did it and trying to replicate that. But this is one of those issues that it's like, this is the kind of thing in a mod that's been around for 10 years. They have had amazing amounts of time to try different things and find what works best, right? How does this work best? I haven't had that much time. So how do I balance this? Because I'd really like to balance this and make this an elegant solution. I really want to do that. So I could ask an AI, I could ask Grok, like, how would you tackle just this function? Right? Just copy this function and say, I need to rebalance storages, but this isn't working right. Because this is the problem. We have total capacity and total used capacity, it's throwing me off. Okay, so we have storage nodes dot add. So I think instead of a list, what we could do is do a dictionary. And this would be int. No, this would be electrical block entity int. Okay. And then I'm just spitballing here. Please don't take any of this for finished final code. So instead of just being a list, I'm saying, hey, we're gonna base this dictionary, right, off of an electrical block entity, but we're also gonna encode the int of how full it is. Okay. So we're gonna take this, and then we're gonna do int total total percent full equals 0. Okay. Now we're going to say total capacity available, total used capacity, and then we're going to say int block percent f equals entity dot current power divided by entity dot max power times 100 dot. Okay. I'm going to set this to %i, just so it's not confusing. %f kind of sounds like it's a float. This is a percent. This is an int. Okay. So then we take total percent full plus equals %i. Okay. So storage nodes.add %i, which is the percent of this individual entity's storage. Now we have total percent full, which we're just adding. We're taking, 87 plus 54 plus 45 plus whatever percentages are full, we're adding all of those up. Okay. And then I honestly don't think we need any of these. I'm doing that so it gives me where we need to redo this. So target pressure, right, is then total percent full divided by storage nodes dot count. Okay. So now we're taking whatever total, 400 and blah, blah, blah percent, divided by 5. Right? Because we're only we're only grabbing the storage nodes, not the relay nodes, right? If entity, well, entity does not equal null. If entity dot electrical entity type equals dot relay continue. Let's just short circuit that. So if it's a relay, just continue. We don't care about it. Okay, so then we have storage nodes.add, and we're encoding the individual percent of the individual machine. Okay. And we're saying target pressure. This gets us back to the same problem. 50% of 40,000, right, is different than 50% of 4,000. I just programmed myself into a corner, the same corner that I was in before. It's exactly the same problem. I'm basing it on a percent, but again, the percent of a bigger pool should have greater weight. Right? How do I do this? The issue is an MV battery holds 10 times the amount of power that a transformer has. This is not a problem when you have, a bunch of MV multi-block machines on the network, right? Because the MV battery is going to be able to supply an MV machine, not a problem. That part is essentially good. The transformers, this is where the problem is you have more power. You have a bigger well. What I could do is I could separate the transformers out into a separate list. Right? I'm including them here, but I could have the storages. Toggles are just like a switch, like a power switch, right? So eventually when I get to something like a light switch and lights in the mod, you'll be able to flip a switch. Toggles are essentially a transformer, but both sides of the network are the same, right? You're going to have LV side. So you'll have two different LVs. But a toggle is a special kind of transformer where it's not actually transforming anything. You just have two separate networks. Where toggle is just like a light switch. You're turning something on, and that it essentially connects the network, but it doesn't really connect the network. It's kind of going to bridging those two networks is like this is the problem. Anyway, I haven't gotten any of that code yet, but if we separate the transformers from the list, right? The transformers Hmm. Right. It is. We don't know which direction it's going to go, but how do we have the list of transformers? Do we balance that? How would we treat that differently? The biggest problem inherently is the pool, right? Is the pool let me remove this. Not equal. Let's say this is greater than all nodes dot count. That's a good is ambiguous on operands. What? The compiler can't compare a ulong to an int? Like, what? But yeah, this is where that line was coming from. Little itty bitty rounding errors is all that's done. Percent full. Target pressure is total percent full divided by storage nodes dot count. Again, that gets us pressure. Hmm. So if we node pressure greater than or equal to target pressure to right? If this thing is 99% full, target pressure plus 2, right, is 101. Well, you can't have 101%. So 100% is the top. So if node pressure is greater than, I want to say great. If I say greater than or equal to, right? Surplus power. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm pondering how to, like, in what ways, if we separated the transformer, in what ways could we detect, right? If there's a huge amount of power in storage in the network, right? A huge amount of power. Like what how would we treat that differently? Okay. So let's drop down. Run the cursor. Storage nodes is 3. Okay, so we have value 0, 0, 0. Uh-oh. Current power. Max power. Times 100. What? There it is. And then let's go down to here again. There we go. 76, 75, 100. What is this? This is the transformer. Okay. Target pressure is 83. So the node is 76. Storage, it's a battery, of course. 76% full. Node pressure is 70. This should be 76. Yep. Node pressure is greater than? No. Node pressure is less than. That is true. Deficit nodes. Okay, so if we run the cursor here, we have 2 deficit nodes and 1 surplus node. Okay, so this surplus node is most likely... Why do I have a swirly? Okay. Surplus power. Max power per second times delta time. That should not be that much. Although, yeah. What? Surplus nodes. Power per second is 500. Oh, deficit nodes. Surplus power divided by 2. How did surplus power get to be so big? Max power per second times delta time. Oh, it helps if delta time. Come on. Why is it? Trying to get my delta time down a little bit. I need to do power per second. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. There's no easy way to do this. Not when I have, a bunch of fucking code to put in. I need to ulong tick power equals ulong no.key.max power per second times delta time. If tick power is greater than... God, stop assuming shit, please. Node.key.current power tick power equals node.t.current power. This is one of those bugs that I've run into a few times. When I explicitly debug, because the delta time between ticks can be extremely high, right? And so I run into the situation where even something that's like, I want to say 100 power or maybe even 500 power per second, right? If my delta time is like 200 seconds between iterations, because the game doesn't, while I'm debugging, while I'm actively debugging, the game is like, the difference between the ticks, it's looked at the system time and said, hey, there are 2 minutes in between these ticks. The delta time is 2 minutes. Well, a delta time of 120 is going to radically throw my power per second number off. And so I've run into the situation where, because I'm debugging, I'll get a battery that has 18 quintillion power because of the overflow, because the stupid power per second rating goes haywire, and it just obliterates my debugging. So I have to add these little like caveats in here, because the damn tick rate isn't, it bases it off of the system time, right? It doesn't like pause as I'm debugging. It doesn't pause that timer, it's going on behind the scenes. So the next tick is like exponentially more. So I have to do this surplus power equals tick power here, right? So I'm saying, hey, the power per second rating, that's an important thing. The tick power, how much power this tick, like what are we looking at here? But if that exceeds the current power of the actual entity, then the tick power equals the current power, because whatever the tick is, we're going to be able to drain all of that power. That's why in that call that I was just debugging, my surplus power down here, right, where it was like power per node, surplus power was like 14,000. But I I only had one little block entity that had that in it, and I was like, yeah, that's not good. So I'm gonna compile this, get it up and running, and then I'm gonna go on a quick bio break. That coffee went through me. All right, so we're gonna hit F5, and I'll be right back. Okay. Now, looks like we are balanced here. We're balanced here. We'd have no more power coming in. Remember, all of my numbers got scrambled from what they were because of that bug with the debugging, right? That's why all my numbers are really high, because I was actively debugging. Okay, so let's take these out. I need to throw this away. Can I? There we go. I really also need to introduce a garbage can, trash can. That would be very nice. Okay, so I want, let's see, give item ingot iron 50, 40, whatever, some number. Do I have a chesticle? I do not. Oh, no, I do. Items. Output. All right. This will, because I have two different slots, right? The input and output. This should, when it outputs, it should grab it and put it in here. So we're going to take and put things in there, and it should put it in there. And this will heat them up. Should massively draw some power. Okay. You see it bounce a little bit because it's trying to balance within a certain percent. But you can see the percentages now, right? We're all in a window. Oh my god, I have to eat again. I'm still only getting sound from one ear, and it's troubling. Oh, did it? Wow. Okay. This is why I need like an infinite sync just to hook this up and I mean, it's working. Huh. I didn't want to do that. So you'll bounce it. Looks like you're going to get some bouncing. You're going to get it bouncing back and forth. But from what I'm seeing, it's balancing. These are pushing power into this. It's jumping this power up because of this. These are capable of pushing 2,000 power per second. This is only capable of 500. So there's way more power offered here. So you get this big jump because it's able to push, which then should push power into these. Now, again, the reason why these don't just dump 20,000 power into this system is the directionality of the transformer can be either way. So if I put a bunch of, say, LV generators over here, where I was pushing power into this LV side, which then pushed power into here, right? If this percentage started going up, then it would start pushing power into the MV batteries, right? And then, because I tested that over here. I had a bunch of LV stuff and pushing into an MV network. So, I could like set all that up and it would start actually filling these batteries because these are the exact same percentages, right? Within a margin of error, right? Within a margin of error. So, like, I guess right now at least it's working. 58%, 58, 58. And then these are within 2% of that. Now you're going to have jumps, but that's just because it's trying to rebalance and it doesn't know exactly what it wants to rebalance to. So if there are alternate algorithms for that, I would be more than. But the baseline is it's no longer, the percent is no longer based on the total power of the network, the total capacity, the total power. The percent is now based individually, right? So this 58% is all that it cares about. This 58% or 57% is all that it cares about. It's not basing the percent off of the total capacity because that was thrown off because of how little capacity the transformer has. The amount of the pie, if you take both of these, 40, that's 80,000, and you add this, 84,000, the amount of the pie of that transformer was not 1/3, right? That was the problem, is it was 84,000. Well, only 4,000 of that was the allocation in a network of just three things, these two and this one. This represented a tiny fraction of that percent, and that's what was throwing us off, is the actual, it was the network, the total network percent was thrown off. So this time, what I did is each individual object gives a percent, and then I average that. So this is 56%, 56%, 56%. I add those up and then divide by 3. And that gives me the target percent in the network. And that's what I base it off of. So that is working really well. Now, the lower it is, right, these do have a lot of power. Right, so the lower we go, as it gets lower and lower and lower, these still have, 2% of these is still good, decent amount of power, but you'll never really drop to 0 because, again, like 1% of this is 2,000 power or 4,000 power. Well, 1% of this is 400 power. And then 1% of these are 400 power. So, 4,000 power, it's because I'm not using floating point numbers, and I could use floating point numbers. That would eliminate a lot of bugs. Total percent full. If I do this as float, and I do this as float, and I take this away, okay, and then I do this as float, Target pressure. Target pressure. So now we have the ability to target pressure. Okay. So we actually have the ability to sort of look at this now and say the pressure percent has more yeah, it has more granular detail than it did before. So now we can have less than one. Now we can have fractional percents. So we can have 0.1% of something. It can be full. So current power divided by max power times 100. It's still going to be like 54, but it should be, a decimal number. And I like the floating point, single precision. I honest to God, I don't know what that means. Single precision or double precision? I don't honestly know what the difference is. I know the number, the mantissa can be bigger. Obviously, one is a 32-bit and one is a 64-bit number. But what does it mean by single precision? Is it just it's because it's a single, right? Single precision or a double precision? Or does that actually mean something? Just a bigger mantissa on that, I think. So that number could be really long, like 24.642464444555. You can have a big percent, but in the end, it's not going to be that bad. Where we're going to divide it by the number of nodes. It is a float, so our target pressure can be very narrow, precision, pretty detailed precision. Now the player will only see 56%, but behind the scenes it's going to try. It's still going to be a 2%. A 2% buffer. It's still going to aim for a 2% buffer. But, I could make it +1 here and then do -1 here. But if I did a -1 here, I would have to do another minimum. Or I would basically do a max of 0. Right? It's the number or 0. Because if target pressure -1, right? Because this now is a float, our target pressure could be 0.5, right? But -1 would be -0.5. Well, you can't have negative pressure, right? You can't have a negative pressure. So, anyway, that should fix that issue. Obviously, I will, if people find bugs and shit like that, then obviously there's more to it. Okay, 0.5.8, 0.5.9. Fix chemical plant recipe output for fluids. We did that earlier today. Fix for storage only network balancing. Add chemical plant. I mean, that was the main thing in 5.8 was the chemical plant. I mean, there are a myriad of other things done. I can't even remember at this point how many of the things were done. I could look up all of the things in here, do history, and say, okay, well, 5.5. Initial chemical plant. Fixing the fridge was another one. Fix fridge once again. Chem plant. Adds plastic pellets. There's the chem plant. Yeah. Standardize. Finish. MB block color. Standardization. Or commonly used types. LV charger stuff, I think, was okay. Maybe not. Refactor LV charger. Introduce item chargeable base class for items. Otherwise, use iChargeable item interface for custom items. Okay. Fix chemical plant recipe output for fluids. Increase nails and strips. Metal press output to realign with the nail plate output. Vanilla smithing. Okay, what else did we do today? I like to do this. Okay, so add missing blast furnace localization strings for HUD output window. Yeah. With and active blowers. Those are two strings that were not done yet. The reason I'm doing this is because the rest of my week is going to be full of doing other shit. So I'm not going to have any time work on this. So if when I do the supporters, members only, Patreon weekly build, this is what you're gonna get. So I like to do this now and then put out the weekly build, get it in the hands of people to test on a small scale, and then build on that next week. But I'm also I wanted to fix these things and then try to get it into a point that it's pretty stable. That way I can move on and work on the drawers and push that mod out, because that was commissioned. So that, obviously money talks. So that's where my attention needs to be. But I did want to address these bugs. Because, I like my mod to work. That's, it is a nice thing to have. But I need to get that design document for the drawers basically signed off on and approved. Or we can, if he has other ideas or other things that he wants. But I need a final say, because I can't just be like YOLO and just start working on it without an actual direction and like a to-do list. So it is what it is. All right. So that is the change log for 5.9. Is getting all of this stuff done, and this will be I will put this up in the members only Discord channel for members and patrons. So they will be able to get their hands on it. It's just one of the perks. I do monthly community builds, right? The at the end of the month, I usually do a community build, but it's a wrap of the entire month's, code. And put that out once a month, just because it's, there's more people testing and stuff like that. Or at least I would hope that they do. Switches? Oh yeah, toggles. They're called toggles. Well, they will be toggles, but yeah, toggles. So toggles will be it's a special kind of block, because you have one or more nodes to connect. So as like, imagine a transformer where you have two wire nodes, right? Two different wire nodes. And you'll be able to connect two networks to a toggle. And then the toggle will have logic to say, hey, when the toggle is on, right? When it's on, then bridge the networks, basically. And then if it's off, you remove the networks. So, there'll be two different networks, but the toggle will keep track and basically bridge those networks in a way that essentially is going to have like an internal amount of power, but you'll be able to toggle will be able to basically enable one side or the other. It'll just basically enable the block to be able to distribute power. So if the toggle is on, the networks will actively be able to interface with it. If the toggle is off, it'll just ignore it. Okay, so it's like it's a special kind of block entity. I haven't done any of that code, but it's a part. It's technically a storage block. There's going to be an invisible amount of power that it's going to hold. It's not going to be much. Basically, it's going to be limited to whatever network is on it, right? So, like, it's going to be limited to like 1 second of whatever network it's on. So, an LV toggle will hold 500 power, and it'll be 500 power per second. So, you'll be able to toggle like LV generators. You'll be able to put them behind a switch, and then turn the switch off, and the generators will build up with power, and then you'll turn the switch on, and you'll be able to, the toggle will then basically interface between two different networks, or between the same networks. So you'll not have a toggle that one side is an MV and one side is an LV. That's a transformer. A toggle is LV, LV, MV, MV, or HV, HV. So the toggle is, it's a special kind of technically a transformer, but it's another unique kind of storage. So, let's see. Are you considering as switches? That's, I just referenced that. Motors. Boot up the server, or when chunk loads, the motors turn back on. Okay, let's look at. That would be under. Can't remember where that was. Give me a minute. I'm going to have to find it. Electric kinetic. The alternator and the motor, by the way, use the same. It's the same class. This class is both. It's the motor and alternator. So I'm just looking at this to see. Yeah. I am not odd. I'm not. And again, this code, somebody else initially did the code, and I went in because they kind of, I don't know, they did half of it and then kind of gave up. And so it was like a half finished thing, and I had to come in and piece together how it worked. But I'm not saving the state. It's not saving the state. Because I'm coming down here, 2 tree attributes, speed and resistance. So tree dot set string machine state electric dot machine state dot to string set state tree dot get string machine state enum dot parse enum machine enum oh my god, what be state comma default value sleeping on. I have to default it to on, otherwise it just gets all gnarly. Save motor alternator machine state save and load. It's odd that it wasn't done already. So enum.parse is trying to parse that. Okay, and then we go to set state. Where is that? Go to definition. Yeah. Yeah. This was not originally my code, so it like this is I did like I have a standard like I have many machines in here, right? So I have a standard like setup where certain things I pull if they're valid, if I need them. It should have been like the base here should have been pulling that machine state, electric container BE. I guess not. Well, electric, yeah. See, electric BE behavior. This should be go to definition. Yeah, see? But this is a behavior. So this code, the electric behavior used to be included in the base classes of all of my base blocks, but it was pulled out and put into a behavior. Blue Lightning did that 3 years ago. So I don't know when the base, when this is called, I don't know if this is pulling all the behavior trees, if it's initializing all the behavior trees, or if like I have to explicitly set this. So packet ID 102 or 1002, if this is the enable button, so this is like turning the motor on and off. I have to do that with packets because it's just how the game works. When you interface with something on a GUI, that's the client. So the client has to send a packet to the server saying, "Hey, he clicked the button to enable it, so turn it off." So electrical power required if is sleeping. Gen behavior does not equal null. So gen behavior again, not my code. So go to definition. What are my variables? Torque, speed, power. Two tree attributes. So what, when you turn it off, dialog, GUI, LV motor. On receives client packet is enabled. Turn it on. Where do I detect this? None of the, I didn't do any of this code either. 250 power per tick at max torque. Yeah. I did massage some of these algorithms. Like this one here, I know I redid many times. Like I just could not knock this, and so yeah, this was a lot of code to sort of tune the power, right? Tune the power, not only how much torque, because remember, this behavior is like right, is the alternator and the motor, which I think is probably this is motor and there's alternator, right? So it's like, yeah, this was brutal. So the alternator has a finite resistance, right? It has a resistance. And so if you're over that resistance, it'll spin and it'll generate power. If you're under that resistance, it shouldn't spin at all. So it's like you need a certain amount of power to turn the alternator. And yeah, I would be 100% open if people looked at this, these two objects, or this object here, right? You have the base class, which is up here, and then the two derived behaviors from it. If you've got alternate power curves and other ideas, I'm not against, you know, having somebody help with this. So it's just a lot of work trying to tune it. And the way that it's tuned now is a reasonably windy day, right? A good amount of wind. A single alternator will produce a little bit more than 100 power per second. I think it's set to like 120. Right, and then it'll put that out. And then the motor, the reason it has a UI is you can adjust, right, the speed and the torque and try to get what you want, and those determine how much power you're using, right, to a maximum level. So you can adjust that and use a huge amount of power, more than a single alternator. But I tried to balance it. I really tried to balance it. So an alternator generates power based on a certain amount of wind speed, and so the speed of the alternator, and the motor should come really close to being able to replicate that speed with that amount of torque as a single alternator and only have a small loss of power, just a tiny loss of power, maybe 1 or 2 per tick loss of power. I tried to narrow that down. It's very, very hard to do, though, because the way that the game handles mechanical power. So mechanical power is not this is not my standard. I didn't dive into the mechanical power system or how it worked or whatever. It was somebody else that started this and did this. And I just came in and sort of massaged it so it worked it actually worked, because before it didn't do anything. Same with the actual blocks. I didn't do those either. So anyway, yeah, I added that syncing to the block itself. So when it's loaded from disk, if it's off, right, it should save and then pull that machine state and then set the state. So it should load it from disk, set the state. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Build, rebuild. I really should eliminate that. Okay, so this we want to add missing localization for blast furnace blowers. Undo. Continue. Now I can do it. Okay. So save, load, machine state for motor and alternator. Well, let's do this. Fix chem plant recipe. Oh, typos. See, if I had GitHub issues with all of these, I would be able to actually go in and fix those issues. Actually, like, there's literally a GitHub, like, fixes number, like, hashtag 61, and it will mark it as fixed. It's great. So this one we are refactor storage only electric networks, fixing, addressing issues with a or asymmetric load storage. Increase nails and strips for metal press to be in line with vanilla. Bump version to 0.5.9. There we go. Yay. All right. I think that's all what we're going to do today. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show something off. File, let's close solution. Do that gracefully. So there is a new model editor under construction. And I wanted to quickly show everybody. So where are we at? This is the wrong window. This is the what I wanted. Okay. VSMC2. It's Unity based for whatever reason. At some point, I know it works. I loaded it just a couple days ago. What? Oh, what? Is there a reason that it is not loading? Oh. Holy shit, that took a long time. Why the hell did that take so long to load? Holy Moses. That took a long time to load. That was nuts. Okay. We're going to load. And I'm going to show you the chemical plant. So this is the new model editor that Nat has been working on. And this is the biggest model of the entire mod. This model of the chemical plant is enormous. Okay. So vintage engineering, let's look at mod, assets, vintage, shapes, block, right? Multi-block, machine. Look at the size of that is 546K. That's half a meg for this shape. That's it. So this is the new model editor. Okay. And it has its pros and cons. Again, this thing is way bigger than a single block. The single block is right there, right? This is right in here. That's the block. This is what it looks like. There's a nice like actual crazy amount of stuff on there. So if we come in here and we select a block, right? You see we have gizmos now. Now there's something here that we go up with like texture. Select an element and face. So I'm all. There we go. So yeah, so here you can see the faces. Right? I don't know what this slider does. I don't know what some of this stuff does. But you can see it, everything here is good. I don't know what this texture mixed is. Oh, is that the name of the actual? Oh, it's mixed because there's. Oh, I guess it's the same texture. I don't know what's going on there. Mixed. It might be mixed because it's some of the faces are disabled. But there's no real quality of life stuff in this yet. So not even the regular quality of life stuff. So the Nat has been working on this for a while. I haven't even looked at the animation stuff. I'm kind of afraid to, but it's coming along. This thing has automatic like file restore points and backup saves. I don't know where it puts the backups, like what it does with those. But it's definitely very smooth. It looks really good. Navigation is okay. I don't know what pivot point it's like. Why is it pivoting around a block that's like, I don't know. I don't understand where it's pivoting from, but if we come up here, like you can see it's pivoting around like this spot right in there. So it doesn't pivot around the origin right there anymore. So it is what it is. But I just wanted to show off, like, hey, they're actually working on a new model editor here. I'm not 100% sure why they chose this and not something like Blockbench, like a Blockbench plugin. I'm not sure what the reasoning behind that. There must have been some reasoning, but it's essentially the same backend with a couple added features. So you could save something in this, load it in the original, like the first version, and it would load it. But if you saved it in that version, it would strip away some of the editor settings that we have in here. So it's like, but it's progress. Like it's one thing you can do. You can like, there was some way of doing the background view. Oh, I thought there was. Oh, backdrops and attachments. Backdrops. I don't know. It's not precise, but one of the things I wish for a screenshot, right? With transparency. Give me a screenshot with transparency. That way I can orient this and say, pop, give me a screenshot, take out the background, just give me a shot with a transparent, like a PNG with transparency of the model. Just an image, doesn't matter what size it is, but image with transparency. That way I could load it into Photoshop, crop it down. I don't need the big transparent wide edges. Crop it down, but having it transparent from the start would be so very handy. So very handy. With stuff like this, being able to just orient this in some way and take a screenshot, that would be so nice. Anyway, I wanted to show this off really quick. I haven't built a model in this, but I've loaded. This is the biggest, most complex model that I've got. It might be the biggest, most complex in the entire game, but I'm not 100% sure on that. One of the things it does allow you to do is add more than one base asset path. So I've actually got my Vintage Engineering asset path in here, but I've also got the base games asset path in here. So it's looking in both of those for texture names. And so I can use base game textures in here. And it should be able to actually show me in the HUD or in the window here. So that's pretty cool. But anyway, that is going to do it for today, everybody. I thank you all for coming down and hanging out with me. And hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for the 4th of July final V Rising stream. We're just going to chill and stream as long as it takes to finish V Rising. We're at the tail end of it. So I've been working all week. Every day I load up the game and redo the expeditions of all the guys, right? All of our servants. Let's close this. Discard. We don't want to save it. So yeah, I can basically do that now. It is what it is. I haven't done it yet today, and I need to do it to get it done so tomorrow I'm not thrown off on my timing. I mean, I literally have an 8-hour buffer between start and finish, but it is what it is. Like, I'm just and again, I only have audio coming out of one side of my head. My audio stopped. Come on. This is not rocket science. God damn. What is it loading? 14 of something. What? Oh my god. Oh good, that's not going to take as long.
I rise.
Alright. So all I've been doing, let me get into wolf mode so I can actually move with a decent pace. You can see all my guys are back, right? So all I do is come in here, take all, and there we go. No. And I've upgraded most of their stuff. Like they're pretty beefy now. And then I've been putting it out here, so there's those. Oops, I did it again. And I just been putting it in there just because when I stream on Saturday, I'm going to be showing all the things. And again, only... can somebody tell me, is that... I don't know what's going on with that, but... Okay, what do we need? What do we need? Depleted batteries. We need one more dude. We'll throw a wild man in there. Ooh. There we go. So you can go. Let's see. Oh, I sent Z. Oh. Damn it. Didn't mean. Oh. I've been trying to go for some more fish. Yeah, all those guys are used up. Mutant grease, I could go for that. Is there a better... Ooh, that might be a better... Having it on the top is very nice. There we go. Boom. See? Now they're all gone. And all I need to do, now that they're all gone, and that's it. Literally, that's all I do. Like, it's just a quick, get in, grab all the gubbins, send them all back out, rinse and repeat. Getting prepped, right? Getting prepped for Saturday. Final stream. I got a bunch of stuff built up, so hopefully we'll have enough. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by. Have a great rest of the week. You know, people in the East, stay cool. You know, go to set up a sprinkler and, you know, go play in the sprinkler a little bit. Otherwise, yeah, hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.